Oh, Galupe! Oh, wait, wrong voice. Sorry.
Sit up right. There we go. Oh, Galupe! There, that's better.
What's up, Onka? Welcome back, brother. And I went to look to see who else is streaming Kerbal before starting, and I saw Linux is running, and then there's somebody doing RP1 with 1,000 viewers. I was like, I've never seen anybody do RP1 with 1,000 viewers, but when I looked, I was like, someone else doing RP1 or RSS, whatever RP1 is like the career mode for RSS. That probably needs to go back to the base game first. I used to keep an RSS RP1 install just to mess around with myself, and or once in a while to show, the difference in scale, because it's staggering. Right, your margin of error dwindles considerably at as you go up in scale. And okay, you made 2 good catches today. All right, welcome back, everybody, for episode 2 this evening of our KSP restart. So without further ado, let's jump in. All right. Yeah, let's recover that. 0.1 science and a little bit of funds. All right. That's right. We're testing parachutes. We need to test parachutes. All right. I'm going to need the octagonal strut. So let's pay to unlock it. As I'm going to need that to attach this chute. And then we also need the radial mount. All right, and we'll run them separately. And Jeb is going to fly this one. All right, and the reason we're launching this with the landing gear retracted is, if not, this launches with them clipped into the ground. and it bounces the aircraft up into the over almost onto its back. Sooner or later, it's going to be too rough. So we'll do it this way. And then we don't go bouncy bouncy. Alright, so we're going to test the Mark 16 parachute first, as we'll be able to test it on the way up, as we kind of need to go into a dive to do that, test the radio mount Mark II. And this time I'm going to wait until definitely we're in all parameters before going at it. And this engine has a massive power curve. It's like once we get up to like 20 or about 30 meters a second, all of a sudden it's like hitting turbos. Alright, so I'm only going to go to 50%. Alright, release the brakes. Alright, we're up. Gears up. Let's start that climb out. Alright, we don't need our landing lights anymore. We can turn those off. I forgot we reconfigured to move the fuel tank forward of the cabin instead of behind. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and drop the nose to a 10-degree climb. Increasing throttle, let that speed come up. Alright, let's go to a 15-degree climb. Alright, there's 3,000 meters on our way to 4. Alright, I'm gonna kind of start a lazy turn so we don't get too far from the KSC. See the island airfield over there off in the distance? Alright, we are in the parameters to test the Mark 16 parachute. Alright, test complete. Let's go ahead and cut that chute away. Let's keep climbing. The radio mount chute we'll need to test, as I said, on the way down. Kind of have to dive bomb. So to do that, I gotta get a some more altitude. Alright, drop the nose to a 10. Let's go to a 5 and let that speed really come up. Our test altitude is between 2,000 and 6,000 meters. We're coming up on the upper limit now, but our speed needs to come way up higher. I'm going to go in a little bit of fizz warp. Just let our altitude and speed come up. Alright, coming out of fizz warp. Alright, bringing it over. Alright, shutting down the engine here because we are going to end up overspeeding. Alright, 4 check marks. Alright, test complete. Alright, let's go ahead and cut that chute. And let's restart the engine. Alright, gear down, flaps down. We're gonna bring it in steep. Yep, Pappy says I'm too high. I would agree. Holy crap, we didn't bounce it. We finally didn't bounce it. Alright, and we're back safe and sound. Let's recover. 2 contracts complete. Alright, we have a G-Force ribbon and a significant contract ribbon completed. New strategies available. Media Circus 1. I haven't even looked what we have here. Oh, to boldly go. Why didn't I grab that one before? 15,000 extra funds anytime we transmit or recover science from a new biome. Plus 20% bonus to KSC science. I should have started out looking in here. Damn. I mean, there's still more to be had there. But there's 15,000 funds from recover from new biomes. We haven't been anywhere yet, so this is we'll activate that. I still need to upgrade that first. All right, let's see what other contracts, what's active. Oh, that's right. We need to do a high altitude temperature scan. That we can do with a sounding rocket. Oh, and we can actually do a new sounding rocket. I'm gonna borrow from the Banshee here. Disable staging for the decoupler. Actually, get rid of that and just go with the octag. Makes more sense. All right, get rid of those. Let's lose the solar panels as well. We need to ensure that we have an antenna, though. Should be able to scale that down just fine. Back up. Oh, it's got to be one extra segment. Okay. Not sure that's enough to get it to high. That's not enough to get it to high altitude. Let's it this way. Maybe. And I would still need to spin stabilize. All right, well, let's find out if this will go, if this will send it. Because we haven't launched with this fairing for high altitude. We've done it without any fairing whatsoever. So it all depends on how much drag we end up encountering. All right, we are go for launch. Range is hot. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Send it. Alright, we have good stage separation and upper stage ignition. Why did we stop spinning? Oh yeah, we're going to high altitude. For sure, we're already there. I'm gonna go ahead and blow that, because it's gonna make us spin. But we can get our contract complete here. That's all. I did this twice. I did this earlier. We have to actually recover this. Forgot. We actually have to recover the science. Alright. We're gonna call Mulligan. Just because I can. There's no one here to tell me I can't. Alright, so what we need to do then is make a modification here. Open this. Open. Oh, we haven't unlocked it yet. Well, shit on my biscuit. I thought we had unlocked parachute. No, because we went for the other. We went for launch clamps instead. Crap. Yeah, I didn't grab. I thought I had unlocked survivability. Instead, we went with basic construction. All right, well, contract's in. We'll hold on to that for another day. There we go. There's a low altitude survey we can do. All right, let's go knock out this, and we need to get more science. I may actually have to use the full fixed landing gear set and make another plane. Maybe. No, because we need the other. We need different of those. Unless I did it as a drone, but we'd have to have line of sight. And it's easy to lose line of sight. That could make an actual small drone plane aircraft. Using the fixed landing gear. That's an idea. But first, let's let Val take off and go get do this contract. Oh, we also have all the other launch sites that we can go to grab science too. I forgot about that. Crap. The last time we were so starved for science that we were scraping the barrel for every little last goober. Alright, Val, you were cleared for takeoff. Safe skies. And we might be able to get a little bit more science from flying here. $40 kilometers, it's gonna be near the mountains. Grab a temperature scan flying over the grasslands. And a crew report, so we'll bring back a little bit of science. Alright, we'll grab a little bit of goo. We don't have auto struts unlocked yet, so 4x fizz warp is not really an option. And while we're at it, we might as well see what our actual service altitude is here. What do I need? Oh, temperature, duh. There we go. Alright, let's bring it around. Oh, Val up at over 10,000 meters and we're still climbing. Hey, Chief Bishimoto. What's going on? Welcome back, everybody. We're just completing an observation contract and seeing what the service ceiling on this airplane is at the same time. All right, there's 11,000 meters. Bishimoto, yeah, pretty much. It's just where it just won't fly anymore. Like the engine will stall out or the wings stall out, whichever happens first. And you might think 11,000 meters is pretty high for a prop, but it's not. The altitude record for a prop plane was set by a World War I biplane. It flew. The guy had to wear a pressure suit, and it was basically a diving suit that they re-engineered as a pressure suit. And he actually flew up to like 56,000 feet. But yeah, we're starting to stall, and the wings aren't too far from stalling. So we're about 11,000, right around 11,000 meters. Put their helmet on. Well, how's it been? How you been, Mishimoto? Alright, we're gonna go ahead and roll back the throttle and start our dive here. We'll start descending. Actually, we could dive. I just gotta shut the engine down first. Alright, that's me shutting the engine down because we're about to overspeed it. And you can actually break the engine. Oh, nice, Bishimoto. Congratulations. In what study? Or which art? I can't remember. Kempo? Oh, very nice. My oldest brother, I think, at one point got a brown belt. He went up to brown belt in karate. kickbox for 6.5 years after I got out of the army, but you don't really get a belt for that. It's so peaceful. I forgot I can transmit that without issue. I forgot crew ports can be transmitted without losing any of the science. I could have gotten highlands and mountains while I was over there. I completely forgot about that. That's all right. Bishimoto, how is RP1 these days? And, well, and RSS. I haven't looked at it in a long time. Still pretty steep. Yeah, it's weird playing stock scale again. My sweet spot for me, my sweet spot is like 1/4 real scale. Only because you don't have to worry about rebalancing the parts, right? You can play with whatever part mod you want without having to worry about rebalancing it. But I know now, like, because there's no further development on KSP, a lot of mods now have RSS configs. They're not nearly as constrained as the last time I know that I tried it. Bishop, that's the same words I was using to describe Blackrock's clouds. Was it just complete chef's kiss? Because it is, dude. His clouds, oh my goodness. I've been building myself a new 1/4 real scale install, and with Blackrock's clouds, it's like,
oh dear goodness. I need some tissues and some alone time.
I mean, it is literally cloud porn. Yeah, Pappy Light say we're high. That's all right. Val smoked one before she took off. And yes, landing a tail dragger in KSP is nearly as hard as it is to land a tail dragger in DCS. All right, contract complete. Let's recover. There are some considerations. Like, for example, if you have a puller motor, such as what, like that airplane, you don't have to worry about your center of lift being in front of your center of mass. I shouldn't say you don't have to worry about it as much, right? It's not as critical. Like, not nearly as critical. Right, because it's pulling the plane through the air instead of being pushed, right? So there's no moment of inertia. Right, look at World War I planes, for example, right? Their wings are mounted right at the end, you know, the engine. Their center of lift is as far as forward as you can get. Bishop, not with Airplane Plus engines, no. If you use the stock props, then yes, you have to. But the stock props are so finicky, they're not even worth using. They're fun to mess around with, and yeah, then, you know, once or twice, and you're like, yep.
Okay, I'm done.
And a bonus 15 grand for picking up from a, you know, science from a new biome. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and upgrade the tracking station then for 150 grand. Now, tail draggers, like if you're gonna do a tail dragger like this, there are some other considerations to take into account. As you're you have to fly the tail first to take off, and once you fly the tail, there's not really a whole lot of aerodynamic stability, right, with the rudder, because you have to steer with the rudder at that once the tail's off the ground. Right, and you have to let the tail fly first and then slowly pull up. And if you pull up too fast, you'll stall the airplane and crash. Right, I mean, there's kind of a reason we stopped using tail draggers. But yeah, no, there's no P factor with Airplane Plus props. Because the prop is just an animation. Game tech wise, it's the same as a jet engine. It just makes different noises and has a different animation, but otherwise it operates the same in terms as far as the game engine's concerned. Yeah, well, because you're a tail dragger, right? Your wings, you have a very high angle of attack on the wings as you're accelerating going down the runway, so they start biting into the air really, really quickly, right? Problem is, you take off literally right at stall speed, like a hair above it. So if you pull up,
Splat.
right, you have to let the aircraft kind of rise on its own a little bit and build up some airspeed before you can actually set a climb value. Right, because you have to remember, when you're sitting on the runway with this thing, you're sitting, you know, at like that. Well, not quite like that. You're right around there. Actually, yeah. Like that, right? So that, your wings are really set high. Right? Your chord line is really high. Your angle of attack is very high. What do you mean, like an SSTO? My SSTOs you can pull up and rotate like normal. You know, so you kind of lost me. And you're also, Chief, you also know that an SSTO can also be a rocket. You can just launch it vertically. I haven't died. I don't, in fact, I don't even know if I have a craft file, and I don't anymore, but I've made some vertical launch SSTOs. Oh, gee, well, it depends on your thrust to weight ratio. If your SSTO has a high enough thrust to weight ratio, you can just... Generally speaking, any aircraft that is air breathing, for the most part, you want to get it out of the lower atmosphere as fast as possible. because you're consuming fuel like crazy. But like my Zeus SSTO, you actually do fly at level. You take off just enough to get the wheels up, and then you fly at level almost until you're almost at Mach 1, and then you slowly start to pull up to like a 5-degree climb and accelerate through 500 knots, and then you pull up to 15 degrees, and then you just hold it the rest of the way. But my Hera, my smaller SSTOs that have a higher thrust to weight ratio, you immediately pull up to 15 degrees and just leave it. But you want to minimize angle of attack as much as possible with an SSTO. Right? On your ascent, you want minimum angle of attack, because angle of attack equals drag. Yeah, you also want to limit, yeah, as I said, you want to limit drag as much as you can on an SSTO. I mean, you'd be surprised how much having your control surface deflected to keep the nose up, how much drag that produces and how much delta V it robs of the vehicle. Alright, what am I doing? What other contracts do we have? That's right, that one. Okay. Alright, we're gonna exit out here. Let's go see what other contracts we have available to us. I'm gonna go ahead and warp to the morning, so we're not always doing it, you know, the same thing, or all of this in one single day. Oh, I know where I went in there for. We want to drive, get more science. That's what we're doing. All right, so we have our little Kerbal utility vehicle here, which has all of our current available science on board. All right, Bill hasn't done anything yet, so we're going to throw Bill on there, and we're going to go out to the island airfield and get some of the science from out here. Early morning aviation lessons. Yes. That's really the only reason I'm doing stock scale, is to get back to space planes. I mean, it is possible to do them in UnKerbaled scale, but they're so ridiculously huge to take up such a small, you know, payload by comparison. Alright, and that's all we gotta do. Chief, you know MGB actually, well, you know his forum name is Angel125. He actually has a mod that does the X-33. Alright, Kerbal Rover Drive ribbon and landing on Kerbal ribbon. We need 18 science. I need parachutes. Alright, so we're going to send Bob out, and we're going to go to the desert airfield. You mean in real life? Well, it was never actually done, but it would have been comparable to the space shuttle. Supposedly. Coming in hot! Coming in hot, baby! Linux coming in hot! Linux! What's going on, my friend? How are you doing today, this evening? Since I saw you earlier today. Yeah, but if you guys, anybody does not know Mr. Linux Guru Gamer, make sure you guys give that man a follow if you would. Check out his stream. Oh wow, that's awful late. The thing is now actually going. Linux, no, I actually ended the stream a couple hours, several hours ago. I took Delta to the park, ordered pizza, chilled out for a little bit, and then started streaming again. And for those guys that just dropped in, we're just kind of doing the early science run here. Alright, we're just grabbing some early science around. Linux, no, I wasn't on for 8 hours. I think I did 4.5 earlier. And then restarted. Yeah, I've only been back on for an hour. Alright, 6.8 science. That is gonna lead me over here. So we can unlock survivability. So Linux, did you make any progress on the mod you're working on? Alright, so let's go ahead and unlock that, but I don't want to pay for all the parts just yet. We want the parachutes. And it doesn't cost us anything. Let's grab that. That radial tank we'll grab, and... yes, the heat shield, because we are going to have something re-enter here shortly. Oh, there's always more work to do, though. Always. Alright, we got a little bit more financial reward for getting yet more science from another biome. And let's go ahead and keep trucking with some of that science. Alright, Jeb here is ready to go. Let's hit the harbor rover spawn and see what we get. We may need to go for a little bit of a drive over to the grasslands if there's nothing here. And or just drive this thing into the water. Oh, yep. This is from Kerbin Shores, so that works. Alright, get us an EVA report. There you go. Thank you, sir. Alright, let's recover that. Early career science billing. Alright, that gives us 6.8 science. And Jeb gets his first rover drive ribbon. What do we actually need? How much do we need for our next tier? It's 45, right? Yeah. Alright, aiming for 45 science. I'm not sure what do we actually need to unlock for next. Aviation might be smart. We have enhanced survivability. We want basic science. Basic science is what we want. That'll give us the science junior. And some of the early... it also gives us the magnetometer. And some of the early scan stat stuff. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we want basic science is what we're after. Alright, so Val is also gonna go out to the rover spawn Only because it's the closest spawn point to the grasslands. So we can drive over to the grasslands and get some more science. Or actually even the water. I can just drive the rover into the water. I just realized I think we might have the bathysphere. Well, good news is it floats. All right, let's recover that. All right, 9.1, we're up to 20.3 science. Man, I cannot tell you how much, like, I feel wealthy in science after trying that 20% start. Oh, that was rough. All right, so we have a splashdown ribbon, a EVA and Kerbin Waters ribbon, and a Kerbin Rover Drive ribbon. Yeah, but yeah, save yourself some serious pain. Never ever do a 20% science career, even with mods. Just, yeah, no. Everything you do is like 0.1 science, 0.3 science. All right, everybody has the rest of the day off, so we're going to need to warp to the next morning. All right, I'm going to switch editors with this so we can go somewhere slightly different. All right, I'm going to do Bill first. Go to the Woomerang launch site. All right, let's recover that. All right, now it's 6.8 science. And Bill gets a Research 1 ribbon. And I am not sure about what other biomes we can hit readily. But we can do Nye Island. That's grasslands, actually. It'll put us straight there. All right, I'm going to put in Bob. I'm not even going to think about trying to land a tail trigger out in the wild. That'll be all bad news. Oh, I thought it was grasslands. This is shores. Or do I need to drive off the runway here? I thought Nye Island was grasslands. Oh, it is definitely going to be all shores. All right, hit the brakes. Yeah, there's nothing there. Nothing at Nye Island. No point in wasting our time on that one. All right. What about other launch sites? Desert launch site. We've already been to the desert. All right. I guess we're gonna drive out to the grasslands. From the Harvard rover spawn. Drive out to the grasslands. Get the science we can from there. And then we'll see what contracts there are available to us as well. Oh, this thing is... Come on. Being very awkward to drive right now. Alright, we do gotta be a little bit careful in this vehicle because there's no bumper, there's no parts in front of the crew cabin. So if we smack something, Bob Kerman is gonna be mystery goo. Man, how awesome does that look? Stop staring at the clouds and everything, man, and start driving. I'd have to have comms up first. We don't have any comms up. Before we can like launch probes to the corners of the planet. Have I mentioned that I really like this mod? The mod that allows you to make little vehicles like this is called Grounded. It's inspired by, you know, the little yellow utility trucks that are driving around in the background inside of the editor. Chief, we have rockets. It's just, guidance isn't issued yet, as of yet. Like, we've been to space, we just haven't been to orbit. I think actually we just unlocked the parts, that some of the stuff that we need, actually. And we haven't been to high orbit yet, either. Or high space, I guess I should just say. Even though I think our sounding rocket can probably... I think we actually did determine it could get there. We might actually launch that up. It's non-recoverable. You just, like, send it, like, nothing comes back. How far up to this way do we gotta go to be considered off the shores? The Coven Witch, what's up, man? The Coven Witch, I have a mod list in my Discord, but it is too many to list off, like off the top of my head. But if you're wondering about something specific, I can point you in the right direction. Right, if you want the ground terrain and all the like the flowers and trees and this awesomeness here, I'm going to say grasslands. This is a mod by Lynx called Parallax Continued. And then the clouds and the water and the storms and the rain and all that stuff, that is from Blackrack, and you have to get it off of his Patreon page. But it's volumetric clouds. Right, let's get an EV report. There we go. Board. Centurion, I think that's it. For this one. I am building out another install, though, that goes to 1/4 real scale, and it doesn't put a cap on part mods. But yeah, the Coven Witch, if you and anyone else, if you want the full mod list, type in ! Discord and go to the KSP mods channel under all things Kerbal and go to the pinned messages, and there's a text file there that has them all listed out. Right, or I can just open it up and you can take a screenshot of it right now if you want. Where's my mod list? There it is. I don't even think I can fit it. No, it won't even fit inside I'd have to scroll. Yeah, so... even doing this, this is how many mods we have currently. Yeah, so there you go. If you wanted to screenshot it for that. Otherwise, the detailed list is in Discord. And if you're a subscriber, you can go to the Twitch subscribers channel and you can download my entire game data folder minus Blackrack's clouds. But there's also the link there to Blackrack's clouds to go get it yourself. Oh, but in Blackrack's clouds, dude, so worth it. Look at this. And this is the screenshot we just took, right? But I mean, look at, just the cloud formations. I mean, just look at that. I mean, that is just stunning. All right, Linux, have a good night, man. Caden, yeah, you can do that too. If you're fast enough on it. I generally, sometimes I do that, but I haven't done it in a while. I generally do it when they're coming back from orbit. Once the parachutes are open, I have them EVA and get a flying EVA report. The other way, there's an easier way to do that, right? All you need is a command seat. Put them in a cargo bay, put them in a command seat, and just have them take EVA reports. And when you actually fly in a storm, holy cow. What's up, Cherokee? How's it going, buddy? Like, you can even hear the rain, like, pounding against the windshield. Like, if you go to the first-person internal view, you can hear the rain pounding against the canopies. But yeah, the clouds, everything are just stunning. And when the sunsets and sunrises, which we haven't even gotten to yet. But I mean, it's just, this is like, dude, I cannot believe this is KSP1. Right, there's thunder, there's lightning, you know, it just, all of it. Right, sunrises and sunsets. I need to go to the other install that I'm building. This one's not ready yet, but this is the one. This is in 1/4 real scale. Look at this. Look at that sunrise, dude. I mean, that is just crazy. Just crazy. It's hard to believe it's KSP1. Invoker Gray, what's going on? So to stand up, sit down commands, it's because I have a desk that goes up and goes down. However, in its current setup, my cables are not set up to raise the desk. But that's what those commands are for. Right, and the issue, as I said, is the cables right now, they're not set up for the desk moving up and down a couple of feet. All right, but we brought back 6.8 science from that. There from the grasslands, we're getting closer. We need to go back to our sounding rocket here. And we can get high orbit science. High space science. Right, off of SR3, but I did want to change that out for that. All right, and disable staging. Have to grab the whole vehicle. And I'm going to shorten that to that. Okay. All right, and then put on a pair of launch clamps. All right, so the goal here is going to be high orbit science. But we're not going into orbit. We're a high space science, I guess I should say. Not high orbit, high space science. But meaning above 250 kilometers altitude. Chief, those clouds, yeah, it is. Yeah, it's stunning. You know, and just, you know, looking at the ground, you know, after a rainstorm. It's like, wow. By the way, this rocket is not very big. This rocket is really, really tiny. Welcome to today's launch. The range is hot and no longer clear. We are go for launch in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Send it. There's no guidance on this rocket. It's just fin stabilized and go. stand by for booster cutoff. And we have booster cutoff, and I forgot, this engine doesn't have a sound effect for whatever reason. Right, just a sonic boom. Cherokee.
Smack thyself. Oh, wrong voice.
Smack thyself.
We're not going to orbit. We are just going to high space over Kerbin. Hope I'm not blowing through a contract by doing that. Or a potential contract. What? Oh, there it goes. I was gonna say, where's our fairing at? And this is non-recoverable, so it's, just gonna coast up. We're gonna grab whatever science we can, transmit home. And that's all it is. I don't think I set kaboom. Nope, I did for, again, I forgot to set kaboom. So we can't terminate it. Alright, whose kitchen is it coming down in? Oh, we're coming down over the water. Somebody got lucky. Some Kerbal family somewhere got lucky. A plasma test, yes. It should burn up. Just like straight burn up. Really? It survived that? How? Octagonal, the struts are, their heat tolerance is too high. And that's what the heating turned up to 120%. And I have deadly reentry installed. I may actually have to make some adjustments to that, now that I think about it. All right, let's go to 120%. That's Firefly. Yeah, these are too powerful. Because, I mean, this is not going to sink to the bottom of the ocean. Alright, back to the Space Center. Centurion, set the range safety, kaboom. The name of the mod is called Kaboom. Right, you can set it to an action group. I usually set it to abort. And you can let it blow up. Cheap, yeah, did you not see the plunge through the atmosphere of 400 kilometers up, straight down, and it still survived? set this to abort. And you'll see kaboom. 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 And this is what it does. I'm going to revert after this. I'm just showing you what it does. What about Jim? What might be a scatterer setting? Obviously I'm using scatterer, the volumetric clouds mod. But what do you mean a scatterer setting for? All right, but this is what kaboom does. All right, whatever part you set to go kaboom goes kaboom. Right, so for example, if you launched a rocket and you lose control of it and it's coming straight at your KSC, blow it up. All right, let's go look at our contracts here once again. Oh, that. It's whatever the default setting is. I haven't messed with any of the settings in Scatterer on that. But it's also the impact, right? There's an impact tolerance by part. Unless that's the setting you're talking about in Scatterer that affects that. It's whatever the default is on that one. All right, there's one below. We'll take it. And there's only one below. All the rest are above. They're all high altitude, which we're not really there yet other than rockets. And it's kind of problematic. All right, let's get a probe into orbit. We'll take that there, and I believe we can double up on it for satellite. Suborbital in return. Yeah, we can do that because we have parachutes now. And we have orbit Kerbin. So we'll actually triple up on that one. All right. 44.4 science. We need 45 for science, basic science. Do I need anything off of this before I do the orbital rocket? No. Kinda, sorta, yeah. It won't matter. Invoke, I'd actually say pretty high that, you know, somebody wearing a NASA hat or a NASA shirt. Alright, what I want is this. As we're gonna borrow from it. As this is what we're gonna put into orbit. Not the best RCS tank in the world, but it'll do for what we need. Not what I wanted to do. Alright, I'll just do it this way. Alright, so that way we have some attitude control. I'd rather have the round tanks. You know, the spherical tanks, but we don't have many options yet. As this is the only monoprop we have. Okay, now I need a decoupler. Oh, I need to put solar panels back on. I was thinking about deorbiting this right away, but I might leave it in orbit for a little bit. And sometimes you get those contracts, you know, like give me a temperature reading from space around Kerbin. Well, if you already have a satellite sitting out there, then you don't have to launch something new to complete the contract. You can just go to the satellite, pull the data, and you're good to go. Let's open this back up. Yep, we can go to there. All right. I'm trying to not have to extend the fairing out another notch. All right, it's a tight fit. There's a joke in there somewhere. Transparency is not working. It's all right. Okay, so there is our satellite inside of the fairing. This is a 0.625 meter fairing. It's a very small fairing. All right, that's the cube, is the probe core there. We have the Cogswell. Wonder if this, nah, not on this small of a rocket. I was thinking about doing a very small kicker stage. It's ant powered or spider powered. It's probably spider, but I would then for sure have to extend the fairing another segment. Alright, I think that is going to be our upper stage. This engine doesn't... I don't think this engine gimbals. Correct? Yep, no engine gimbal. That one does. The Space League gimbals. That gimbals. Not as efficient, but that's alright. It gives us gimbal. Otherwise, I was going to have to add in a pair of spiders. And use them as kind of a small, like, vernier thruster. I probably should anyway for roll control. And if that's the case, I can use the more efficient engine. What's this one weigh? Mass is 0.156. This is 0.18. Oh, that's also heavier. Makes sense. Alright, pull that off for a moment. And I'm going to go to structural. Cubic octags. Give me a pair of these. But there was different types of these. Goes out. And voila. As long as they're inside. All right, these are not very efficient, but those will give us roll control and pitch control. And as well as yaw, obviously. Plus, it works, right? It looks good like this. As long as these are not going to be caught. Oh, they're clear. All right, we have our upper stage. Our lower stage here is where it's going to get awkward. One is 15. It's 19. This actually is a better vacuum engine, actually. Hold on. I did was go to the no, I went to do the spec. I mixed that up. We want that engine. There we go. Alright, and that is not nearly enough thrust to weight or delta V. So now we do this. I have a feeling it's going to take 4. And if you're wondering, we're using a different tech tree. We're using UnKerbaled Start and with a Career Evolution mod pack. Our contract pack. So our early game is going to look a little odd. Most because we do rockets first, then Kerbals come later. Alright, it gives us our launch thrust weight, but not... Can I put 6 of these? And we exceed mass. Of course we do. And gives us our delta V requirements. And I would be able to detune these. Go 1 to 3.5. Just looking at how long these are going to burn for. We're over 18 tons. No, we're over part count. Crap, we're not over 18 tons. We're not even close to 18 tons. We're over part count. That's problematic because I need to still add more parts. I'm at 32 parts. Ugh. Max part count is 40. Alright, open this up. We need to reduce our part count. Alright, so I'm going to drop this down to 2 solar panels. gonna reduce that. Only one thruster. Alright, that frees up a couple more parts. I don't know, thrust to weight. Or delta V. And go with SRBs because it'll put us over part count. Well, how far over were we? Because we were pretty close, but it's going to be really difficult to control that rocket early on. I think I can... Let's try this. Let's get rid of those. All right, that frees up 2 more parts. That gives us what we need again, except for the fact that no nose cones. Because they're 1 part from maximum. launch clamps, no nose cones on these. That is going to be problematic because that's going to rob a lot of delta V, especially with leaving with a higher thrust to weight. Also going to make it harder to control. Chief, heat shield for what reason? This is not coming back. It's a satellite only. It's not coming back. All right, let's do... I have no... The Chief, the issue isn't that I have nose cones. The issue is part count. Alright, orbital rocket 1. Oh yeah, we have plenty of nose cones. We have a couple of different types that I can use. Several different types I can use. The issue is part count. Cherokee Kaboom, yes sir. That is always a good thing. So all of the fuel tanks are set to kaboom. Well, it's still a relatively cheap rocket. I mean, if not, we can just do some other more local contracts that earn money enough to be able to upgrade the vehicle assembly building, right? Which puts us at a 255 part count cap, and that'll be easy. Then it'll be easy peasy. Rigid attach. All right. Save it, send it. I'm not gonna be able to roll the rocket on liftoff, but in the liquid fueled engine, the LFO engine does gimbal. All right, let's get guidance set. That in rocket mode. But we know how far we are downrange from KSC. Alright, throttle is set. Saturn, yeah, kaboom I set. All the fuel tanks are set to kaboom. If need be.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, range is hot. We are go for launch in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Send it. It is a gimbal engine, right?
I thought I used the gimbal engine. It's not gimbaling. We have no gimbal. Well, why didn't I use the engine that gimbaled? Did I make these backwards from each other once again? Well, I have no control because we have no gimbal engines. No gimbal engine. I thought I put a gimbal engine in there. Could have swore I put a gimbal engine in there. Alright, we're gonna call it back. I could have swore that was a gimbal engine. I put it on a cogswell. No, it's the Spacefly engine that gimbals. Which is not going to be as good. I'm going to have to tune these up a little bit. With an SRB or solid fuel assist, I like to go the thrust to weight of 1.35 on the pad. Need the engine gimbal, otherwise we go nowhere. Alright, let's try that one more time. I put in the more powerful engine. Problem is it doesn't gimbal, so I have no control. We have no reaction wheels. Just so that if anybody's new here, I am not a huge reaction wheel fan. At least not with the way they work with Kerbal. Outside of some necessary situations.
Guidance is go. Payload is go. Launch vehicle is go. We are go for launch in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Send it.
There we go. Now I have control. We have no roll control, but we don't really need it. I guess angle down range here. I can feel the drag on the SRBs. It's a lot. All right, stand by for SRB cutoff. And we have good separation. Wow, that was one hell of a separation. Oh, and we're losing speed. Our thrust to weight is off. And look at our trajectory crash down.
We're not going to orbit today.
Oh, starting to accelerate again, but we are so far off. Yeah, look at that trajectory. Well, might as well check and make sure our staging and everything is good to go. Maki has nothing to do with the staging. The engine just doesn't have enough juice once the boosters are gone. What do you mean, this stage? This stage is supposed to have 3 engines. Yeah, it was supposed to have 3 engines. Because that engine does not gimbal. The upper engine does not gimbal. Alright, back to the Space Center. I need a beverage. I gotta go get a beverage. I'm thirsty. Maki, no, those are RC. Those were words, man. Those were RCS engines on the payload. So the payload is purely RCS powered. All right, but I need to go punch the bladder reset button and grab a beverage, and I'll be right back. So hold that thought. All right, I'm back. I started getting cold, so I wanted to grab a pullover as well. Okay. And I brought my my second best friend.
Elixir of the Gods, Dr. Pepper.
All right. Hope you want a Dr. Pepper after that. Chief, thank you, sir. Mealtime commands are always welcome. All right, what are we doing? Oh yeah, checking contracts. We need to go make some money. We need to upgrade the vehicle assembly building. Technically, we have enough, but we have like 1,000 credits left, or whatever you want to call these C bills, whatever you want to call them. Yeah, so we have this one. We can go earn 20 grand. I was hoping there's some others. All right, let's go flying. All right, so if you're wondering why the landing gear retracted, it's because it otherwise when we spawn this in, you should actually probably just go ahead and be on. Otherwise, when they spawn this in, the landing gear clipped into the ground, and then as soon as I have to retract the landing gear and then put them back out, and the wheels catch, and it like almost flips this thing over backwards. So it's just easier to put it out this way and then extend the landing gear, and you're good to go. All right, Jeb is flying. Let's go knock out this observational contract. So, anybody playing Kerbal want to give me a mission report? What you're working on? I'm curious. See? So this way, you know, we're right on the belly. Good to go. And we come up and perfect. All right, temperature scan from over there. All right, Jeb has engine start. All right, Jeb, you are cleared for takeoff. Roll it. All right, coming around a new heading of 328. All right, let it settle in a little bit, and we can go to 3x fizz warp. We can't do 4 until we unlock auto strut. I don't need the taxi lights on or landing lights on now. Mess around with old files and new beautiful graphics. Nice, Chief. All right, grasslands, anything to be had? Yeah, temperature scan, but that's what we need over here. Well, I can transmit it. We'll get a little bit of science off of it. This thing needs battery. Approaching the speed limit. Alright, that crew report can get transmitted. Alright, that's trying track complete. Alright, I'm gonna circle around. We're gonna come back up over the mountains and see if we can't get a little bit more science. Get a crew report at least over the mountains. Chief, yes, exactly. We've been making that comment last couple of days over this, because it's ridiculous how good BlackRock and Lynx have made Kerbal look. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and set the KSC as our next waypoint. We're just flying to get some science while we're out here. All right, we're over mountains. All right, we'll come back in with a temperature over the mountains. So we'll come back with a little bit of science. I have to throttle down some here in order to descend, as we'll overspeed the engine if I don't. As we're pretty high up from this distance. Go ahead and go to idle. Centurion, that is because, are you flying with SAS? I would have to assume yes. The reason is because SAS will not allow you to do a coordinated turn, which allows you to maintain pitch attitude while in a bank turn, right? As long as the bank isn't too steep. Yeah, if you were to use atmospheric autopilot, you can do a coordinated turn. Right, that's what I like. Let me come out of here, and I'll show you what I mean here. Let me throttle up. We'll go level. Right, no matter what, when you bank, one of your wings are going to produce less lift, right? So the nose generally is going to drop. So in order to keep the nose up, you're going to have to increase power. Right, so our power is coming up, which is why our nose is staying up. Otherwise, it would also drop. Right, because your wings are now pulling you around. Your wings are facing, your lift vector is going out this way. Right, so it's pulling you around the turn. But a coordinated turn allows you to use rudder and elevators, and your elevators as well, to maintain your nose attitude. But most planes, their nose is going to drop unless you increase throttle as you go into a bank turn. Slowpoke check scene is in case I do something like this, where I go to like this screen and I start talking to chat, and then I start talking about something I'm doing in game, but you can't see the game because I forgot to switch scenes. That's what that command's for. Because I do that a lot. Forget to change scenes. So that's what that command's for, is check scene. It's to let me know, hey, dumbass, you're on the wrong scene. Little Summer Rose USMC. Uh-oh, we have a jarhead in the house. Another one. So are you a former Marine or current Marine? Hey, I'm former Army, so my little brother is a former Marine. Yeah, Centurion, just double check in your fly-by-wire that you have coordinated turn turned on. But note though, even if you have it turned on, if you're already at maximum throttle, when you turn, you're going to lose speed, and you're losing lift because you're banking the aircraft. The nose is going to drop some. Like, that's just principles of flight. You still on active duty? You can try giving a rudder Cherokee, but it'll also increase drag, so it's going to lose more speed, which is going to make the nose want to drop even more. Alright, gear coming down. We're high. We're way high. Wow. Alright, flaps. Oh, slipping to lose speed? Yeah, that's the best way to lose speed, is side slip. Like this, you can see, you know, our speed just drops way down. We're way above glide slope here. Little son, when I was in the Army, I went through that once. I was in when Clinton was president and the government did the very first ever shutdown. And yeah, it kind of sucked. You can, if it's an emergency though, you can get an advance. You can go to finance and get an advance. But it has to be an emergency. All right, if you're living in the barracks, you're screwed. Right, but if you have a family and you're living off post, you can get emergency funds. But yeah, if you live in a barracks, yep. All right, we made it back. Cherokee once or twice. I've still bounced that thing a couple times though. Landing a tail dragger is a pain in the ass. But yeah, Little Summer, dude, not getting paid in the military does suck. If you're in the barracks, at least you're still going to be able to go eat. Right? You just won't be able to, you know, do anything fun outside of the barracks. You know, and depending on what unit you're in, or what kind of a unit, or I guess your unit commander. Dude, our unit commander was like, okay, well, if we're not going to get paid and you're not going to have you sitting around the barracks, right? So everybody's going out to the field. Dual military family in different branches? And you guys are at the same place? Okay. I mean, there are joint bases and or bases that are close enough together. Right? For example, when I was stationed at what used to be Fort Bragg, now Fort Liberty, Pope Air Force Base is on top of it. Right? And Booyah Irritation says, hey. How's he doing? Rose, where are you stationed? If you don't mind saying. Oh, you're in my neck of the woods, dude. I live in the Inland Empire. You're like right down the 10 from me. Oh, we hit our 45 science. We're at 50 science. All right, so that allows us to unlock basic science, which lets us get more science. And we can get contracts to get more science at the same time. There's a lot of off-roading out there because it's out in the desert. But there's so much off-roading area out there that even if they close down part of it, I don't think it would matter all that much. Like as far as off-roaders go. I mean, there's a huge swath of land from Barstow all the way over to 29 Palms that you can go off-roading in. Are you talking about like where all the sand dunes and everything? I can't think of the name either, even though I've gone out there dirt biking once a very long time ago. Glamis. No, but he's talking about like an area specifically. I think he's talking about Glamis, which is like all like soft sand dunes. You need special tires to go out there. You also want to have some sort of GPS because once you go far enough out in the sand dunes, it's like being out in the middle of the ocean. Everything looks the same. All right, we're gonna go ahead and unlock basic science. Done deal. These parts aren't that expensive, so we're gonna go ahead and buy them. All right, let's warp to the next morning, and then let's see what contracts are available to us. Booyah, where are you at? What area of the world do you hail? Slowpoke, what's up, man? You have a funny story? Really? I don't think you're a real person. How about that? My nephew lives in Seattle. I used to live in San Diego. There's a chief. There's always somebody, right? There's always somebody. I have the tab and the scroll. And I used to have the black beret, but it just got old and deteriorated. And yes, the Rangers used to have, the battalions used to have black berets. Not the tan colored ones that they have now. They used to be black. Yeah, but yeah, Chief, every so often there's always somebody that does it. Always. Yeah, it happens from time to time. When I first started streaming, it got to the point where I literally kept orders from when I was assigned to 3rd Ranger Battalion. You know, I just redacted the parts that I didn't want anybody to see, and I would just hold it, you know, but it got to the point where, you know what, it doesn't matter anymore. I've already proved all that shit. I don't have any need, especially to some, you know, Yahoo on the internet. Well, check it now, all infantry, where some general got a hair up his butt and decided that he wanted all the regular infantry to have black berets. Right, and when I was in, infantry didn't wear berets; they wore PC, you know, just their straight patrol caps. Right, and then the you know, the I only remember the derogatory term for the triangular angled cap. Right, the C cap. Right, and then, you know, the 82nd had the maroon berets, and then the Rangers had the black berets. But some general got a hair up his butt, and he wanted the regular infantry to have the black berets, and they made the Rangers switch to tan. And the black beret goes back like a really long way. Like all the way back to Rogers Rangers, you know, during, you know, not right around the Civil War. Dude, don't come in here and call me punk. Like, seriously, that's your last warning. Don't do it. And that was in 3rd Ranger Battalion. Clearly you haven't been listening, because we've already been talking about it. Right? So, A, don't call me punk, and 2, if you're gonna question me, you better open your ears and listen. Otherwise, you can just fuck right off. And obviously, you're just a dipshit. Anyway. Right? But yeah, anyway, streaming, you always have to deal with trolls. I mean, it's no matter what you do or what you say, there's always somebody that's going to second guess or do this or do that, blah, 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 blah. Green is Special Forces. Canada, Maroon is Airborne. Armored is black. Okay, red is MPs. Everything else is green. In Canada. I still have 2 Maroon Berets. They're starting to break down, though, with time. And Slowpoke, just to stop you, right? I was in 3rd Ranger Battalion, and then I went to a unit called Tango SF, Tactical Air Naval Ground Operations. And then from there, I went to the 82nd Airborne. Oh boy, that was horrible. Anyway, all right, contracts. Wait, Centurion, the Canadian forces no longer have an airborne regiment? Really? Well, I guess technically, well, I mean, like even the U.S., like for example, the unless you're in the Scouts, you know, Scout Battalion for the 101st Airborne, they don't go to airborne school anymore. Their specialty is air assault, and they keep the airborne tab on, or at least the airborne name. Because they were airborne during World War II. Yeah, thank you, Onka. Oh, and if you're still there, Slowpoke, bullshit, your dad was a Navy SEAL. Because if he knew what you were doing, he would slap the shit out of you. Naps more. Back so soon? Yeah, well, we've been back for 2.5 hours. But yeah, I decided to come back, and I like the punishment. Oh, but speaking of, though, Chief, dude, I had somebody else a while ago tell me, you know, that they were, you know, also a, an Army Ranger, and I was like, oh, you know, and they're like, oh yeah, I was in right around the same time. I was like, oh yeah? And I was like, what battalion were you in, and what RIP school did you go through? And he's like, oh, I didn't go through RIP. Like, okay, if you were in around when I was in, you definitely did get there. You have to go through RIP. Right now it's called RASP. They've changed it, right? It's the Ranger Assessment and Selection Program. When I went through, it was RIP. It was Ranger Indoctrination Program. So it's like, okay, wait, you did not go through RIP, but you went to a Ranger Battalion. That's not a thing. You have to go through RIP. That's the whole point of RIP. Right? Or now RASP. Unless you get that you're not going there. And you already have to do airborne school before that. And then he's like, oh yeah, I was in 5th Ranger Battalion. There is no 5th Ranger Battalion. Right? There was during World War II, but not since. They were all shut down. Like after World War II, all the Ranger Battalions were shut down. Right? Reagan started them back up again in the early 1980s. And there's 1st Battalion, 2nd Battalion, and 3rd Battalion. And that's it. And 1st and 3rd are both in Georgia. Right? 2nd is at Fort Lewis, Washington. Right? So if anybody says they're in a Ranger Battalion, if anything other than 1st through 3rd, and anywhere other than Georgia or Washington, like Washington State, right? Yeah, no, bullshit. Okay, Centurion. Yeah, exactly. I'm sure you can. I mean, there's like there's certain things that you can just, you know, immediately whether someone's talking out their ass or not. That's 75th is the regiment, right? So when somebody a lot of times you'll hear a former Ranger or even a current Ranger say, "Hey, I serve in regiment," right? Because there's only one regiment, so it's the regiment, right? But it's the 75th Ranger Regiment, and I guess they could be attached to headquarters company, you know, which is 75th, which is literally just 75th Ranger Regiment, right? That's like the command level. Right, and then there's 3 battalions, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, that make up the regiment. Oh, Lord Tetchia doesn't surprise me, man. When I lived in San Diego, you see a lot of people, and you know what's funny though, is that you can always tell who just failed out of buds. Like when I lived in San Diego and you take the trolley around and everything, right? So Especially if you go to the trolley stop where, the city bus drops off that comes across from Coronado Island. You can instantly tell, like, who just failed out of buds, right? Because, I mean, they look like their dog just died. Right? I mean, like a grown-ass man that looks like their dog just died, tears and every, their tears are all swollen, eyes are all swollen, they're kind of teary. Like, you can tell instantly that those are the ones that just failed out of buds. Well, not only that, but yeah, if they're active duty, you're not allowed to tell anybody. Right? If you're on active duty, same thing in the Rangers. If you're active duty, you're not supposed to actually say, and it's not for the reasons that most people think, right? I mean, it can be, because trying to get intel from you or whatever it is, blah 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 blah. Because odds are you don't know shit, right? And if you're practicing for a mission, you're not going out anyway. Right? If you've already been briefed on a mission, you're not going out anyway. You're under OPSEC lockdown, generally speaking. At least that, in Ranger Battalion, that's the way it worked. Right? But the number one reason is because you'd end up running into somebody like Slowpoke, right? That was just in here that goes, "You're not a ranger." You'll have some local yokel. It's like, "You're not a ranger. I can beat your ass, guaranteed." Right? That's why, like, outside Fort Benning or whatever the hell it's called now, right, on VD Drive. Right, it's Victory Drive, but it's where all the clubs and strip clubs and everything are at, right? Most of them will have signs out front or on the, or somewhere, right, that'll tell you that it says no Rangers allowed. And it's not because the Rangers are going to go in there and cause trouble. It's because there's going to be some local yokel that's going to want to try to square up. Right, and that's the issue. That's the reason, number one reason why you don't tell any, because all of a sudden it's like, oh, really? All of a sudden you see everybody puff up, puff out their chest. Kerbals rock! What's up, buddy? How you been, man? Tetchy, oh, no worries. But yeah, that's the reason. There's always some local yokel that's like, I can kick your ass. Yeah, well, maybe. I mean, so here's the thing, right? Everybody thinks that, like, special forces are, like, awesome at, hand-to-hand combat and all that stuff. All right, so you do rudimentary practice. I mean, I think we may have practiced 2 days a month, maybe 4 sometimes. Because if you're doing hand-to-hand combat,
shit has gone sideways.
Right? And you're likely screwed anyway. And the hand-to-hand combat that you practice anyway, it really isn't like some of the stuff you can't practice at combat speed, because you will literally hurt or maim somebody, right? Or worse, right? So a lot of it you can't practice at combat speed, right? And a good portion of it is primarily just like judo throws, right? If you're going to grapple, throw somebody to the ground, and then, get firearms back on them. Kerbals at the UPS plane crash. Nope. First I'm hearing about it. What crash in Louisville? What are you guys talking about? What, did this just happen? Engine fell off on takeoff. What? At least 7 dead at the catastrophic plane crash at Louisville Airport. Yeah, this is what happens when the government shuts down. And you've already laid off, a good portion of air traffic controllers, but even before that happens. Yeah, I'll have to look at it more later. Oh wow, it looked like blew like all kinds of fires everywhere. Well, luckily there's only 3 people on board the aircraft, so I guess everybody else, the other dead, are were on the ground. Yeah, wow, crazy. Oh yeah, you can see it struggling. It's not going in the air. Oh wow, you said, do you see the wing come up? It cartwheeled over. Oh, and if it's on takeoff, it's fully fueled too. Oh man. But you can just see the nose just coming up more and more and more. Yeah, no wonder. Oh, dude, this one's... Dude, this guy right here, dude, he's gonna have to go change his underwear. Dude, that is crazy. Crumbles Rock, where'd you share the link? If you put it in Discord, or you have to put it in Discord. Yeah, I have to keep the links off in here. You can DM it to Chief. Yeah, DM it to Chief, and then he can post it. I had to keep because I was getting spammed left and right like crazy with all kinds of stuff. And still burning, even late at night.
Out of Louisville, Kentucky. Right now, this is a live look as several agencies are responding.
Chief, he still pokes his head in every now and then, but he's not nearly as bad as before. You know, he went to prison for it, right? Not for what for what he was doing to me, but because he was also doing it to somebody else. It's just he happened to find somebody else that was actually in the United Kingdom, and they could actually prosecute his ass for it. But he spent a year and a half in prison. Yeah, he had somebody send me an email when he was, I guess, in for almost right around on his 9-month mark. He had somebody email me and basically wanted to know if I would write him a letter of recommendation to get out early, right? For him to be able to get out 6 months early. And I was like,
hells to the fuck no.
That's not what I wanted. That is. Yeah, it's just like, wow. All right, back to Kerbal. But yeah, that crash is crazy. And unfortunately, with the government shutdown and already the cuts that had already been made to air traffic control and the FAA, it's accidents like that are only going to become more commonplace. Do you know we've had more accidents like airplane accidents this year than like the last like 10 years combined? All right, what are we doing? That's right. All right, so magnetometer scan and material studies. Let's grab that contract to make 30 grand. Those other ones are too far away. All right, we can test a decoupler. Here, landed at Kerbin. And those are all high altitude surveys. That's the Juno. Oh, we're already at set max contracts. Never mind. Yeah, Carl's right. You can also always put links in Discord as well. But yeah, on stream, I had to just do away with them because mostly like just the constant spam of like, hey, you can buy, come to this site, you can buy viewers. Come to this site and we'll advertise your Twitch stream. Come to this site and, you know, we'll do this service for X. You know, it just, I got tired of it. Hey, Hildebrandt, welcome back. All right, new strategies available. Contract slot machine 1. I'm gonna need to upgrade this admin building first. It's also the same reason I can't accept private messages on Twitch. Because it'll end up just being spam left and right, or somebody trolling trying to be, you know, a dick. Oh wow, there's gonna be all kinds of videos of this crash. Man. Yep, that sucks. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. And especially not fully loaded. And if he's already taken off, you're screwed, right? Because once you're past V2, you're airborne no matter what. Mosquito flying around in here. right, so we need our little service van. And now we can add... Alright, I'm going to move out the mystery goo for a moment. Alright, I don't think I need this actually anymore. Alright, I'm just getting that out of the way. Yes, I'm gonna lose that. And the only thing about this is that when the door you activate the experiment and the doors open, they're clipping through everything. That makes a little bit more sense, but it's still, now it is really not a good looking vehicle. And that's why, yeah, everybody's going to be jumping to conclusions left, right, you know, bird strike to faulty maintenance to whatever, and it's probably a combination of several different things, right? I mean, engines don't just fall off of planes. That's what, yeah, that's right. V1 is last abort speed. Yeah, once you pass V1, you're taking off. Whether you have one engine or two engines or, you know, whatever it is, you're taking off. Because you can no longer stop before you run out of airport. All right. I mean, I could put another one on there. Problem is, as I said, the doors opening makes it look weird. Alright, I don't need the flag anymore, since we're representing right there. And let's make this one gray. Kind of loses some of its charm when it's in gray, huh? What is a vehicle hab? I didn't know that was a thing. I knew about the van, but not this. It's an extra 2 Kerbals. Sure, why not? Why does it have to be a weird half space? I mean, there is a storage trunk I could technically put in there. Wait, is there a half one of these? Yes, there is. Hold on. That just looks wrong. It just looks kind of silly. It's not necessarily nose heavy, but it's out of proportion. What I need to do is just do this. I don't know why we would need to drive around with 6 Kerbals, but we can. Turkey, yeah, the only reason I did it is because if the Kerbal touches these wheels, these vehicles tend to bounce. Right? And the other crew cabins that we have are over the wheel. Right, the other ones that we have here are over the wheel, and we were having that issue before. Right, but I mean, we can use this as a crew bus as well. You know, if we ever need to carry 6 Kerbal somewhere, well, it's a party. It's the Kerbal party van. All right, and we're gonna call this KVU V2. Yeah, just add some stripper poles. Yeah, we can just drive it down the Florida beach and look for young college students that make poor choices. They make poor life choices. Yeah, Kerbal's gone wild. Oh man, didn't that guy go to prison? Like seriously, didn't that guy go to prison? Always remember Rule 34. What's Rule 34? Oh, magnetometer. Rule 34 is not magnetometer. I'm just talking about like what I need to add to this for science. The adult stream you never knew you needed. Yeah, exactly. Oh, if it exists, there's porn of it? I'm sure, yes. Cherokee, not yet. Because there's always somebody else that's able to do a little bit more. Right? I mean, that was like the big thing, you know. I mean, you know, with like Mickey Mouse running out of, you know, becoming 100 years old. Superman's almost 100. You know there's gonna be porn of it as soon as Superman hits 100 years old. I mean, Mickey Mouse, I mean, Steamboat Willie, baby. You don't even have to change the name. You know it's gonna happen. I mean... Yeah, Steamboat Willie blowing his whistle. Tooting his horn. Oh. Yeah. Oh, man. Okay. Oy. All right, now it's not so bad. It's not as bad looking And actually, it's like a year. The real problem with it, especially with Kerbal, with this is you got to be careful because this is what's going to hit anything first, right? Like just like somebody else said, there's no crumple zone. Like your Kerbal is going to become mystery goo. Okay, before we get sidetracked and derailed anymore. Oh man, I'm gonna end up waking up in the middle of the night laughing over Steamboat Willie now. Alright, let's go to Observe Material Bay. Oh, and Science, did I get one of those? Oh, I did. Experimental storage unit. Yes, I did. Alright, this needs to go on here somewhere. But it's going to be janky anywhere we put it. I guess technically I could. And just take the flag off. I can live with that. Or would it be better vertical? Away. There, that'll work. I can live with that. That way it's not actually blocking any of the anything inside there. It's just a, you know, big ass computer. Dora Bell, welcome back. Oh, booyah, dude, ouch. She can laugh about it. Yeah. I remember going to Blockbuster. Doorbell, have you been following any of the mod updates for MechWarrior 5? Since the PGI dropped that last update, I know several mods had to update because PGI basically broke it when they released that update. I looked at it not long after the update and I realized it deactivated all the mods because so I was like, damn it, now I gotta wait. Been playing some Resident Evil 4 today. Nice. Cherokee, dude, you're not wrong. You know what sucks is I had to actually I was one of like the original Netflix customers when they used to mail you DVDs. Anybody remember when Netflix wasn't a streaming service? They would actually mail you DVDs. In fact, Netflix invented the streaming service, right? But they used to mail you DVDs. Well, if in like their first like early days, like first few months, whatever it was, if you had a subscription, your price was locked in for life, as long as you kept it active. Right, so, but I had that for a long time. I had that, but I had to cancel there for a while. And once you cancel, you go back to all the normal pricing. That's what it would be. But no, I had to cancel at some point for a while. So no, I'm back to, full price. But had I kept it active the whole time, then yeah. Yeah, if anybody didn't know, that's how Netflix started, is that they would mail you, you'd have a list of movies that you wanted, and then they would mail you the DVDs. You'd watch it, you'd have like a week or however many days, whatever it was, and then you mail them back, and then they'd mail you your next set. Yeah, no late fees. Yeah. Well, that's right, dude. Yeah, it was keep it as long as you want. Well, actually, no, there was a time frame where it would charge you for the DVD, right? It would like as though you bought it. There was some sort of a time limit, but if you returned it after that, they'd refund the money. But it was I remember it being pretty generous. Dragon's Reincarnation, what's going on? Pineapple on pizza, yes or no?
No, with extreme prejudice.
Redbox is still around. The local store, Circle K has a Redbox right out front. So Redbox is still around. Right, is that one Blockbuster still open? Oh, let's go get some science. We're so derailed on talking about everything today. You excited for Predator Badlands? I don't see. I'm kind of on the fence with that one, only because of the fact that yes, you want to know more about the Predators, and their culture and all that stuff, but it also ruins the mystery of them. Prey was awesome, dude. Prey was Prey. I was surprised with Prey. They went back to the original formula because the last one, Predators or whatever the hell that movie was, with the stupid ass 50-foot predator. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, seat 6. Third row seating. Okay, let's stop here and let's get all the sign. Oh, you know what? I forgot to put this on an action group. All right, let's keep one mystery goo. Let's keep the material study. I mean, I can just do that, collect all. And then he can come back here and restore. Yeah, but anytime you have to get in or out with the other cabins where you're over the wheel, yikes. All right, where is this contract? Which ones do we actually need to hit? All right, launch pad, mission control, VAB, tracking station. But we're gonna go ahead and hit all the biomes. All right, Booyah. Have a good night, buddy. I'd offer to tuck you in, but let's face it, it'd be awkward for both of us. All right, man. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. And Dragon's not. All right, let's grab. Oh, you know what? I forgot to grab the magnetometer science. All right, other mystery goo. All right, keep that. Log magnetometer data. Toggle. All right, collect all with that. All right, reset everything. Oh, not close doors, restore. Oh, you did, okay. Alright, I forgot to get magnetometer data from the runway. Alright, keep it mystery goo. Material study. Log magnetometer data. Alright, collect all. And why am I data mining my spaceport? I'm collecting science data. Dora, are you familiar with Kerbal Space Program at all? Do you like aerospace? Like rockets and airplanes and all that stuff? Then I would actually take a look because let me pause this here for a second. I'm playing modded, so the vanilla game doesn't really look like this. You know, welcome. Just like MechWarrior 5, but this is just some of the stuff that you can do in the game, and you make all the craft yourself, right? It's basically they give you a big box of Legos, right? That is where you can make airplanes, space planes, rockets, and it's all semi-real aerodynamics and real orbital mechanics and semi-real rocketry. Right? NASA literally plays this. Yes. So if we come over here, and this is an old install from playing before, right? But I built all of these, right, in game. Right, but it's not just aircraft. I just have a specialty in aircraft. This vehicle here is an Aldrin cycler. Right, yeah, so yeah, Buzz Aldrin. And it's not that I named it an Aldrin cycler, that's what it actually is. Right, so he came up with a nuclear or a concept or theory for a nuclear powered transfer vehicle that never it actually just goes between the Earth, the Moon, and Mars, but never actually re-enters the atmosphere. It would rendezvous with either a station or another vessel to transfer crew and or payload, right? But all it would do is travel, between, those 3 points. Right, so this is my game in-game version of something like idea of something like that, right? This is, basically nuclear powered. It can carry crew, right? But it never actually re-enters. It just goes from space station to space station to space station. No, he didn't come up with an UnKerbaled. No, Buzz Aldrin is the guy that walked on the moon, right? With Neil Armstrong, right? Which, by the way, his wife recently passed, but he's like 93 or something. I think he's now the last surviving person that still no, there's one other that's still alive that walked on the moon. But you can literally do, space planes. You can make your own space shuttles. You can make boats if you really want to make boats. Right, more space planes, bigger space planes, rockets. As I said, all kinds of, rockets. Right, and everything is you're making all of it yourself, right? And flying it. We haven't done much. We're still in the early game, for this. But you actually launch rockets into space. You got to do orbits. If you want to go from the home planet is Kerbin. If you want to go from Kerbin to Moon, for example, you have to know how the orbital mechanics work, and it's the same as real life, albeit somewhat simplified. Right, but I even from doing I don't know if you follow how many some of the missions that NASA does, but NASA did what they called the DART mission, which was an asteroid redirect mission. Right, and I actually the mission is a mod that you can add into Kerbal Space Program, but it was commissioned by NASA, right, to do the DART mission, and I actually got a shout out from NASA for being one of the first ones to do it. Right, I did it in one go. Right, and we actually did like a SpaceX Falcon 9 style rocket where we landed the first stage back at the KSC. Right, and here, we are, the DART probe, right, and about to slam into the asteroid. And this is the parameters of how much we changed the asteroid's orbit by slamming into it so fast. Right, but I actually got a shout out from NASA for for something in a video game. Feels weird getting a shout out by NASA for playing a video game, but yeah. But yeah, if you're into space flight at all or want to know anything more about it, this is the game. All right, so there is a second one, KSP2, hot garbage, right? It was a money grab by Take-Two, and it never even finished development. They still sell it. I don't know why they do. I don't know why it's still on Steam, but yeah, KSP2.
Hot garbage.
Derma, you can, dude, more screenshots, hold on. Well, like as an example, right? Mercury Atlas. Or airplanes. This is... I never remember the hell the name. Oh, this is one of the early Delta rockets that looks like a damn toothbrush. One of the early spy satellites attached to an Agena model. All right, here's Atlas Agena. I think it's one of the Ranger probes, I think. I'm trying to remember. It's been a while. It's been a hot minute since I did this. All right, Gemini Titan. Atlas Agena. Is that a Delta Agena? That's a Pioneer probe. Yep, there's a Delta Agena. Yep. Gemini Titan. We even did some theoretical ones that didn't actually happen, but they were proposed. Like a version of Gemini to go to the moon. I think it's in here somewhere. Here we go, Gemini Agena, rendezvous and docking. There we go. Yeah, Gemini on a Titan 3. Right, to do a lunar flyby. Which is one of the proposed missions that never actually got funded. But this was actually one of the proposals. Right, for going to the moon, at least for a flyby. It wouldn't be for a landing, but for a flyby. Here we have Atlas Centaur, early Atlas Centaur. Right, and then of course we have the the Saturn 1B. All the way up to the Saturn V. And you can also do, there's another mod that goes, that's kind of a partner to this. that does, you can do the entire Soviet side, you know, of the early space race. But yeah, you can, there you can do, you name it, you can do it. That's what, yeah, that would have sucked, dude. That would have sucked bad. Can you send up animal? Well, you send up these little guys called Kerbals, right? Which are basically kind of like space frogs that are kind of goofy because you're going to kill a lot of them, right? I mean, you're going to make space-based, right? Whether you want to or not. When you're starting out, there's all kinds of shit you can forget to do. Alright, did I already get the magnetometer data? I think I did, actually. Right? No, I didn't yet. Okay. Oh, yeah, I did. Never mind. Already collected it. So now we have double data. I gotta, we'll have to ditch that. Alright, EVA. We gotta reset these. But so you get these little guys, you know, they're called Kerbals. Alright, Centurion. Have a good night, my friend. Thanks for hanging out, buddy. Appreciate it. Alright, off to the astronaut center over here. Well, there kind of are, actually, Dora. Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos. Elon Musk with SpaceX, Jeff Bezos with Blue Origin. Speaking of, when is Blue Origin's Mars launch supposed to be? Alright, we gotta restore this. Restore that. Kinda, sorta. I don't think they get along all that well. I mean, but they're both, you know, multi-billionaires, richest people in the world. Both own a rocket company that are in competition with each other. You know, for different contracts. They've sued each other over it. Like right now, we're still in the early game, right? So we are, the name of the game is collect science so we can unlock better stuff in the tech tree. So that's kind of what I'm doing now. Doorbell could very well be a one-way trip. Yeah, the issue is we need something better than chemical rockets to get there. Right, we need to allow nuclear rockets again. Because we'd be able to get there, you know, we'd be able to get to Mars, you know, 3 times faster, if not 4 times faster. Chief, yeah, like, but modernized, right? I mean, Nerva was, you know, from the 1950s and the early 60s, right? And was canceled with Apollo. Right, if they had kept going with Apollo, if I remember correctly, I think it would have been Apollo 20. The 3rd stage of the Saturn V would have been nuclear powered. Right, to be able to get to the moon in a day instead of 3 days. Well, it was never, it technically wasn't outlawed. It's the fact that when Nixon canceled the Saturn V or the Apollo program in the Saturn V, Nerva was part of the Apollo program. So it got canceled right along with it. But there are YouTube videos of them testing nuclear thermal rockets. In the 1950s and early 60s. In fact, there's one video they used to show because it actually tells you exactly how to calculate ISP or a specific impulse. And it's like part of the Nerva documentary or Nerva video. It's actually a video put out by NASA. Let me see if I can't find it again here real quick. All right, 1 second. Let me pause that. Chief, yes, I believe, if I remember, it's been, I'm a little rusty on it. When we did all the Saturn V stuff, right, we actually went through the timeline. Alpha Mince actually gave me the actual, like, log, the complete logs down to the minute of the, you know, the Apollo 11 shot. And we went all through it, and then we talked about the Apollo applications program, which is, you know, the continued Apollo. Yeah, and had it there. Yep, here it is. And if we had actually kept the Apollo mission going, whether it would happen or not. The first unmanned mission to Mars was scheduled for 1982. The first manned mission to Mars was scheduled for 1984. Think about that for a second.
That would permit a test engine to be fired nozzle down into a vacuum chamber below.
Yeah, so here's the video.
The space environment. In early 1968, the first ground test engine was mounted in the new stand. Its success was a new milestone along the long road leading to a flight engine. Heavy shielding was used in this test engine to protect some of the components from intense radiation. In flight engines, all components will be radiation hardened and less shielding will be needed. These tests will complete the technology for a nuclear rocket engine for application to space missions of the late 1970s and beyond.
Yeah, this video was published in 1968.
75,000 pounds.
I mean, it's crazy, you know, right? To think that we seem so far lost from this, and this is 50 flipping years ago. Over 50 years ago.
This versatility will give us the capability to perform a variety of advanced missions.
Right, like a lot of people think like nuclear rockets is like future tech. No, that shit's flipping old. You know, like the first one, like I think it was 1958 is when it started testing.
Depends upon a number of factors, but here is one way it might be done with nuclear rocket propulsion, using the technology developed for earlier missions. Using several Saturn V launch vehicles, components of the huge spacecraft would be placed into Earth orbit and assembled. Separate nuclear stages might be provided for each major step of the mission. The first stage might consist of 3 clustered rockets for departure from Earth orbit. 2 other nuclear stages consisting of 1 engine each would be used in the vicinity of Mars. The first stage cluster fires to accelerate the spacecraft to the velocity needed to get to Mars in the time that was decided upon, say 200 days. At burnout, the first stage cluster is jettisoned and goes into orbit around the sun. Mid-course correction is made by chemical rockets.
Chief, yes, Nova was then I believe that one of the names of one of the engines.
The space vehicle approaches Mars. There it is slowed down by a single nuclear rocket and enters an orbit around the planet. The used second stage is put into a higher Mars orbit than the space vehicle.
But I mean, it laid out just one of the possibilities to go to Mars
The planet's surface.
in 200 days.
For the first time, men from Earth will set foot on another planet.
I mean, and this is 1960s. They're proposing this to launch in the early 1980s. Can you imagine how different things would have been if we had done manned missions to Mars in the 1980s?
For the return trip, the module is lifted by chemical power back into a Mars orbit, where it docks with the main space vehicle. The men transfer to the main craft and jettison the module, leaving it in an orbit around Mars. A third nuclear rocket accelerates the vehicle for the return trip.
Yeah, instead, for political reasons, right, Nixon didn't like, he wanted a different legacy than Kennedy, because the Saturn V was, and the moon was Kennedy's legacy. Even though technically it really should have gone to Johnson, but that's a different story. Right? But he wanted a different legacy. That's why Apollo was, the Apollo program was canceled. Right, and we went with the space shuttle, and we gave up a vehicle that could have gone to that could go to moon and could have gone to Mars for a semi-reusable vehicle that anchored human spaceflight to low Earth orbit for 30 years. That's why I'm not a huge fan of the space shuttle. I'm a fan of its technological achievement, but it was like taking a giant step. We weren't ready for a space shuttle. The space shuttle was a generation too soon, right? Technologically, we weren't ready, weren't there yet. And now in hindsight, we know how much it cost you know, when you tally up the cost of the entire space shuttle program and divide it by the number of launches, it's the same price as a Saturn V rocket. Right? Every time the shuttle launched, we could have launched a Saturn V rocket. Anyway. But this is an interesting little mini documentary, right? And as I said, this is a NASA video from 1968 on the Nerva manned mission. And once again, if you missed the link, there it is. It's definitely good for a watch. All right, let's get over to the tracking station and get some more science. All right, keep a mystery goo. Keep a material study. All right, log magnetometer data. All right, toggle magnetometer. All right, collect all. All right, restore. Restore. All right, board it. And now let's go hit the crawler way and the launch pad. Yeah, it's getting late. It's almost 11 p.m. here. All right, hit the brakes. Man, look at that sky, dude. Lazarus, what's up? Yep, it kind of sort of is an RV. It's a science RV. All right, we're milking all the KSC science. All right, restore that. But yeah, this is the KFP, the Kerbal party bus, right? For Kerbals Gone Wild. Now these are parts of a mod called Grounded, and it's modeled after all the little utility vehicles that you see in the background when you're inside of the editor. Right, all the little vehicles, those little yellow vehicles. And this is actually normally yellow, but I had it change color to gray for this one. But it's a whole bunch of little vehicle Lego parts. All right, and that's the last one. All right, now we can recover. Yeah, if you know the mod Airplane Plus, it's from the same mod author. And I mean, they're small. They'll fit in a 2.5 meter cargo bay. In fact, they might even fit in a 1.875 meter cargo bay. Wow, we brought back 46.7 science. That was more than I thought we'd come back with. All right, and Bob got a Research 3 ribbon. But you can do different combinations. I need to... Oh, wrong install of Kerbal. Right, so you can do like ones like this, ones like this. There's a, I don't know if I, faster do it, just do it this way. Yeah, but so you can make a whole bunch of different kinds of vehicles with it. You know, as I said, it's a whole bunch of parts, and they're small. Like they're not meant. You're not driving this like you would like your normal Kerbal Rovers. These are for like around the KSC. Right, but you can make little fuel trucks out of them. You can make little tow trucks out of them. Little cargo runners, little science machines. Crew vans to take your crew out to the launch pad. Right, you know, just little quick utility trucks. And when I say they're tiny, well, you saw the Kerbal standing next to him. He's kind of small next to it. Where like anything with the normal rover wheels ends up being really big, right? Doorbell, I have them, yeah, so I can get science from around the KSC. Otherwise, you have to do a cheesy kind of a thing. Where you mount two capsules together, and you use the overpowered reaction wheels to just roll it around the KSC, and it looks cheesy as shit. It works, but it's cheesy as shit, right? But yeah, just for cool, it's a combination of both. It's practicality because it's easier to do, and the cool factor is definitely better than doing it this way. Right, in a vanilla game, you kind of do something like this. Right, vanilla meaning like unmodded. Oh, I don't even have the capsule to be able to do it because I'm using a modded tech tree. But anyway, you take two capsules with a Science Junior between them. Right, and you use the reaction wheels in them to just roll them around, and it's very cheesy, but it works. Right, this is grounded is a much cooler way to do it. All right, there's gizmos. Enhanced survivability, which give us small reentry pods. Yep, simple command, much like something like this. You know, like a Mercury. Think of like a Mercury style pod. You attach to them together with a science experiment in between them, right? And you literally just roll them around. General construction would also be nice. Yeah, see, here's like an access ramp, right? A crew access ramp that you can attach. You can use one of those vehicles and attach an access ramp, you know, to have your Kerbals be able to walk in and out of their, respective airplanes or space planes. Custom fuel tanks. Advanced rocketry. All right, I'm leaning still towards aviation. It actually give us Juno jet engines. Gonna allow us to make little remote control rover. Gizmos. We need to get to orbit, though. Now, Zolo, what's up, man? What does he want to do with them? Wait, what is the other one? There's another, not DC, for World War II, DCS World, dude. If he wants like full study level, flight, birds. Now there's not a whole, there's not a, like 50 different World War II planes. There's only a handful, but they're literally study level. Then there's another one that does World War I and World War II planes. It's not quite a study level sim. Just wants to fly. I think you can buy him in Microsoft Flight Simulator. It just my go-to for flying planes in well, at least military aircraft is DCS World. Like, I mean, DCS World is second to none for that. And if you're unfamiliar with DCS World, you know me, I like showing off DCS World. Even though I haven't played it in a while, I'm probably ridiculously rusty. Right, and DCS World is not for the faint of heart. It's not a casual game. Like, I mean, it'll take you months to get decent, even semi-decent in one airplane. This is last year's DCS 2025 and beyond. And I hope it's not a, I don't get nailed for music. I may have to mute it. Oh, ad break, of course. Of course, anytime I do this, Twitch launches into an ad. Alright, well here, I'll link it, and then you can watch it on your own. Yep, there you go. All right, contract complete on all that. That gives us some more money. All right, let's look at other contracts we have here. Yep, we're not ready to break the sound barrier yet. I may as well grab that one. I can do both of those together. Doorbell, use that, watch that link. It'll give you an idea of what DCS World is. Right, it covers the whole gambit. DCS World, the base game, the base sim is free. It's free to play. And you get 2 free airplanes. One of which is a World War II airplane. It's the TF-51, which is the training reconnaissance version of the P-51 Mustang, and it's a study level aircraft to give you an idea what it is. The other one is the SU-25T Frogfoot, which is a Soviet era ground attack airplane. It's their version of the A-10, basically. Right, but after that, the planes get expensive. Right, but they're not Pokemon. You don't have to collect them all. But like and they also have regular sales quite often, but otherwise a lot of the planes are, you know, are $60 to $80 a piece. Like per plane. But it will literally take you months to get even decent in one of them. How much is it? $60 to $80 for one airplane. But they have 50% off sales fairly regularly. Like, I mean, it's pretty, yeah, but, well, Doorbell, you have to remember, they're spending 4 to 6 years to develop a single airplane. Like, literally every button, switch, gizmo, doodad, gauge, and whatchamacallit functions like it would have in the real aircraft. Right, and all the subsystems of the aircraft are all fully simulated. Well, Doorbell, the Air Force uses the A-10 module to help train A-10 pilots. I mean, but at the end of the day, it's still a simulator. You're not. Are you gonna know how to fly an airplane by playing it? No. Right? You're still. It's like playing a racing game. You know, it does it. There's a lot of things you can learn from it. You know, procedures, tracks, all this other stuff. Right? But it's not gonna help you with the feel of your car you're in. Right? And driving on a racetrack for real. Right? It's the same thing with a flight sim. And it is also VR capable. All that. Right, you'll also spend a stupid amount of money because you're gonna want a full-on HOTAS, hands-on throttle and stick and rudder pedals. Otherwise, it just won't feel right. Technically, you can fly it with keyboard and mouse, but it's gonna feel weird. And to give you an idea, like the F-14 Tomcat module, if you know what you're doing, you can get the startup like from cold and dark to taxi. If you know what you're doing, is about 12 minutes, right? And that's like if you're really good at it with a Rio, right? If you're average, it's about 17 minutes of time that you're gonna spend just to go from cold and dark to ready to taxi, and you haven't even done anything yet. TF-51 Tango Foxtrot. Right, as I said, it's the oh, I don't have any. There's no growling sidewinder. Well, here, just to give you an idea, here's the trailer for the F4 Phantom, just because I happen to be here. Of course, more ads. Yeah, I'm gonna have to mute this. Otherwise, I'm gonna end up getting in trouble. But, I mean, you can... This is how detailed they are. Right, and as I said, all the subsystems inside the aircraft are all modeled. And what I mean, like, they'll create a model, for example, like the gyros, right? They'll do a model for that, model for the radar, model for different functions in the radar. Like, I mean, it's all independently simulated. The hydraulic system is simulated. Right? It's all simulated. Right? And I don't know why it's skipping around so much. I think there's too much going on already. But yeah. Just go to YouTube and just Google DCS World. Card, what's up, man? Welcome back. Yeah, the Phantom is a Vietnam War era jet. They also have Korean War era jets. So, as I said, several World War II planes. They don't have anything super modern because there's not enough data. There's not enough non-classified data to put them in a game. So there's no F-35s, no F-22s. All right, we are maxed out on contracts. Okay, so these things we can do together, but except that these have to, we have to recover the experiment. So we're gonna have to put a parachute on the probe. All right, we have to do test the TD-18 decoupler landed at Kerbin. We need a test stand anyway. That's because helicopters are brand new during Vietnam, more or less. I mean, they're still fairly new. I mean, we got the Huey out of it. Oh, and DCS World is bar none the best helicopter sim. Like, I mean, it's not even close. But you must have rudder pedals to really control the helicopters. And I mean, they have the most amazing Apache model. They now have the Chinook. They have the Gazelle, the Huey, and I think there's a couple of the Kiowa. Yeah, there's a few helicopters now. Let's put it this way. There are several YouTubers that are literally former like Army helicopter pilots and also former Air Force and Navy fighter pilots. They play DCS World. That's like their go-to. And these are like former fighter pilots and helicopter pilots. What were we doing? I just lost track. What were we doing? I'm thinking about too many things at once. And I'm getting sleepy. Oh, we need a test rig. That's right. We need a test platform. Alright, we'll leave that metal. Alright, couple batteries in there. Gonna need an antenna so we have control. Alright, and then it is going to need a liquid fuel tank. We're testing engines. Alright, and then some launch clamps. Just a very simple testing rig. Alright, now we need to test the TD18 decoupler. That one, but I'm gonna scale it down to 1.25 meters. All right, and then we need to open up the base manager. I need to look for that. Horizontal test pad. 50 grand. Ugh. All right, well, let's open it up. All right, so now we can send this out to the test pad. Durbo, well, all right, man. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for stopping in. I used to stream a lot of DCS. I do Kerbal and then DCS, but Man, DCS, dude, is such a time, and it's hard to stream because it requires so much concentration to what's going on in front of you. That it's hard to stream. Like, it's hard to keep up with chat. And sometimes there's so much going on, and you're looking around and with head tracking and all that, it's hard for chat to be able to keep up with at the same time. And as I said, it's a big barrier to entry. It takes months to learn DCS. All right, that is sitting way too high, but all right, well, let's get this test under the way.
All right, test range is hot. Testing in 3, 2, 1. Test complete. Resume normal duties.
All right, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. All right, let's pull that back in. All right, what's next on our list? High atmosphere pressure and temperature scan, except we have to recover the data. That's the thunder getting caught in a sound loop. All right, let's go to the SR3 Banshee. That's overkill now. The SR4. Yep. Okay, open this up. We need a decoupler. And a parachute. And stabilized? Yeah, sure, why not? You can actually reduce that down. Alright, let's set the pop at 30 kilometers. I don't know if it'll go that high. Yeah, it wasn't a fart, it was a fluff. Would you call that a flarf? Or a flart? Would that be a flart? A fluffy fart? And then you could do this. I need to add these back in at some point, but
He's so fluffy, I'm gonna die!
it's
It's so fluffy!
so fluffy! You can tell we're getting sleepy because our humor is getting sillier and sillier.
Range is hot as we are go for a sounding rocket launch in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Send it.
Alright, so this is just high altitude. We need high altitude science. And I spin stabilize the rocket. I could probably, we actually have better fins. I could actually put controllable fins on it now. Alright, stand by for first booster cutoff. And we have good stage separation. Alright, we're high enough now for our experiments. Let me grab them. Please don't go into space. Alright, we're not going to space, but damn, we are certainly going high. Much higher than I anticipated. I hope it's enough to get us over the mountains. Alright, we have good fairing deploy. I'm not going to separate from the upper stage just yet. We have good comms, right? Yeah. We won't be losing comms anytime soon. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and separate from the upper stage, which is going to arm our parachute. But we are just in free fall. We're gonna be coming down right at the edge of the mountains. Luckily, this frame is pretty damn beefy. And I just hope we slow down. I hope this isn't supposed to be like super aerodynamic, because we are going faster and faster and faster. And that's no bueno, because the chute won't pop. Yeah, we're too fast for the chute now. We're still accelerating. Maybe I should have pre-deployed the chute to have high drag on the way down. And yet, we're over the mountains. Yay. Now we're slowing down, but not enough. And not fast enough. There we go. Come on down to subsonic speeds. There we go. We're subsonic. We are definitely over the mountains. That is no bueno. Right, I'm gonna go ahead and do that before we lose comms. Now we just gotta hope we don't roll down the side of a mountain. All right, little fizz warp. What do you think? Are we going down? Yeah, oh yeah, we're going down. Almost guaranteed. No.
Hot damn, we got lucky.
All right, recover vessel. All right, that completes those 2 contracts. Or should. All right, 2.7 science earned. And it did. It completed those 2 testing contracts. All right, what's next? I am Panta. What's up, man? I don't need my beauty sleep. I will be soon. It's only 11:20. Only 11:20. What's up, Panta? How you doing? $1:20 in the morning there? Well, see, you're up later than I am. Ah, Panta, that sucks, man. I've had that. I've been there. Watch Sully. That's a good watch, but you won't be going back. I mean, you're not gonna go back to sleep once you start watching that. That's one of those movies where you just kind of stay in it. Right. I like to put on, you know, dumb. I shouldn't say dumb, but like low thought action movies. It's easy to fall back for me. It's easy to fall back to sleep. Yeah, exactly. You finished it. That's what I mean. You can't put on a movie like that. It's like putting on Apollo 13. All right, I'm gonna go to sleep now. Yeah, no, you're not. You're watching it. Well, if you have HBO Max, if you're wanting a recommendation, if you watch the series Warrior, I believe that it got canceled after the 3rd season, which really sucks because it was really good. All right, so it's based on the last screenplay that was being written by Bruce Lee, right? For a role for him to play himself. Warrior. It's also on Netflix right now, too. But it's called Warrior. It's like it's like a turn of the 20th century in San Francisco, and it follows the life of a Chinaman that comes to San Francisco and has to deal with all that turmoil that's going on, and ends up involved in the tongs or like the gangs there, right? And and the police, and it's like a period piece, but it is super well done. The fight scenes are, dude. The fight scenes are so good. Right. Also has to deal with how the Irish and the Chinese didn't get along because they're both competing for labor. Chinese willing to do it for less than the Irish, and there's a lot of like political things going on from that time frame. But yeah, it's called Warrior. This is a series. It's a three season series called Warrior. It's on HBO Max, and I think it's also on Netflix right now. But it's got lots of action. It's got humor. Did I mention it's got lots of action? Like brutal action. But I highly recommend it. I think I've watched it like 3 times. Stranger Things and Fallout Season 2. I haven't watched Stranger Things since Season 3. I kind of just lost, track of it. And if you just want flippin' weird on Netflix, is The Umbrella Academy. The Umbrella Academy is just really flippin' weird and only gets weirder as it goes. All right, and if you have Amazon Prime, then The Boys. But don't be eating pizza or anything like that while watching The Boys, because wow, The Boys will open your eyeballs. Right, The Boys is like, think superheroes like Marvel and like DC superheroes, but they're not necessarily all that good. Alright, if you like The Boys, you'll like Warrior. Cherokee, I may have seen it. I would actually have to look, see a clip or something of it. Alright, suborbital trajectory and return uncrewed. We did unlock heat shields, right? With survivability. Yes, right there, heat shields. At least that size. Oh, we're gonna need a bigger heat. We're gonna need a bigger heat shield. We're gonna need a 1.25 meter heat shield. And that is enhanced survivability. We're gonna need that guy. Issue is, we need other stuff before that. Right, we're gonna need general construction to get 1.25 meter fairings, which I believe are in here, right? We also get 1.25 meter fuel tanks. No, 1.25 meter fairings are not in here. Custom fuel tanks, where are they? Oh, they're under aviation. I don't know why, but they are. Yeah, they're here. 1.25 meter fairings are here. And, I mean, we have the smaller tanks, wouldn't necessarily need general construction. But advanced rocketry is a yes, we need. In fact, we really need that now. But with aviation and unlocking jet engines, we can fly a lot further. We can go to more biomes. It'll open up land. We actually get fully retractable landing gear. We can actually land in the wild to get more science from different biomes. All right, so that's basically 46 science for aviation and Wings 3. Hold on, before I do that, I completely skipped an idea, or missed out on something that we can do for an orbital rocket, actually. Where is our OR1? From here down, ditch it. I forgot. issue here, though, is well, we'd have to use multiple engines. Are you know any gimbals? Yes. I have an engine block. Oof, that is so little delta V. Or thrust to weight, rather. And not enough delta V at the same time. However... we could go up to 3 boosters. That's enough delta V. And enough thrust to weight. We need these to burn longer. By the time they let go, this should have enough thrust to weight. And we'll do a simulated launch. And that's enough delta V to get to orbit. We just can't put nose cones on because we're at part count limit. She's not pretty. She's not pretty, but she's probably gonna get us to orbit. Chief? No, it's called The Boys, but yeah, trust me. You're not gonna want to watch it with your wife, though. She'll walk out on you. And it has nothing to do with there are no, like, I guess somebody's son is in it later on, but yeah, there's no boys. It's just men acting like boys with superpowers. Well, let's give you an idea. All right, so there's a facsimile of the Flash, right? Right. There's a guy called A-Train in there that is. This isn't, you know, episode 1. Slight spoiler alert here if you've never seen it, right? So he's basically the boys' version of the Flash. Well, he's distracted while running full bore through the city and runs through a woman. And when I say through, I mean through. Like baby paste on the road through. Yeah, I mean, yeah, he liquefies her just from running through her at, you know, the Flash speeds. And I mean, and that happens within the first like 15 minutes of the first episode, and it only goes way worse from there. Dude, season 2, was it season 2 or season 3? The sex party. Oh, a superhero. Just no. Cheap. No, she's not a puddle. Like, I mean, she's like watermelon on the pavement, dropped from an airplane. Like. All right, let's get guidance going. All right, we got to go before that storm gets here. You don't want to launch in a lightning storm, even though it is kind of cool. Penta, yeah, that too. Oh my god, dude. All right.
Range is hot. Launching in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Engine start and liftoff.
All right, roll program complete. Going for pitch over. Coming up on booster engine cutoff. All right, we have good booster separation. All right, we're up above the storm. Thrust weight's pretty low. We're starting to come over too fast. And of course, I picked the engines that don't have a sound effect. All right, coming up on 25 kilometers downrange distance, and we are passing 22 kilometers altitude. All right, time to apoapsis is looking good. All right, coming up on main engine cutoff. And we have Miko. All right, we have good stage separation. And we have good upper stage ignition. Our fairing is getting a little hot. Increase our vertical velocity here a little bit. Okay, that's not good. Yeah, you don't want to be flaming hot on your way to orbit. It's going to auto-deploy here in a minute. Alright, we have good fairing jettison. Yeah, we turned up deadly re-entry. Alright, we're in space. I'm gonna go ahead and activate our antenna here. Alright, we're 165 kilometers downrange distance from the KSC. We gotta be careful because if we go over out of line of sight, we'll have to wait until we pick up another ground station. Alright. 172 kilometer orbit. We have a 35 kilometer periapsis. Well, negative 35 kilometer periapsis. We're gonna need to coast. Let's hope that there is a ground station for us to pick up. Because we're gonna lose sight of the KSC here any moment. There it goes. All right, 400 kilometers downrange distance. 500. There's 600. No other ground station? Come on. There's 700. And there's a new ground station. All right. We still haven't passed it yet. Okay, so we got a few hundred kilometers to go. So we have time. I'm gonna leave us just short of orbit so this doesn't go into orbit. Shut down. Alright, we have payload separation. And we're doing an RCS burn. And we're trying to be conscious of space debris before we even make space debris. Right, and there we go. There's first orbit. Alright, I'm gonna leave it just like that. Alright, that way if I do want to deorbit it, it won't be too difficult. It won't take that much energy. I mean, we barely even used it. We used 1.5 units of monoprop to complete our orbit. Alright, and world first milestones. You have entered orbit. Here's 24,000 credits, 1 science, and 5 reputation. Completion rewards. Let's get a probe into orbit. You did it. You successfully gotten a probe into orbit. Here's 30,691 credits, 4 science, and 8 reputation. First satellite. Success. You have achieved the goal of putting an artificial satellite in orbit. Completion rewards. 27,000 credits, 4 science, and 60 reputation. Contract complete. Orbit Kerbin. Huzzah! There's no such thing as the final frontier. Completion rewards. 66,000 credits, 2 science, and 9 reputation. And now we have a whole bunch of new Strategia contracts available to us. Or strategies available. And I should actually do this. Oops, not that. That. And actually, no, flip it over the other way. Antennas down. Make more sense. And I want our solar panel face towards the sun. Alright, but there we go. We have our first satellite in orbit. Gotta get a decent screenshot. Alright, so we're gonna leave that there. Back to Space Center. Cherokee? Yeah, dude, yes. I can't tell you how many times I found myself saying, holy shit. Yeah, or even like the storms. Right, and the lightning. You gotta fly through a storm just to experience, because I mean, and go first person because you can hear the rain against the canopy and the lightning, and yeah. All right, and the only contract we still have left is a suborbital return, but we're gonna need to be able to. We're gonna need to do some unlocks first. I'm looking to see how hard it's going to be to get the 90 science before I unlock anything, only because it opens up options of what we may unlock. Because I'm leaning towards aviation for the 1.25 meter fairings. But if we do that, I will also want advanced rocketry to get the 1.25 meter engines. Otherwise, it's kind of useless to have that stuff. And then we also need a 1.25 meter heat shield. But that's down here in enhanced survivability, so. The other option is gizmos. And we're also, now that we've made orbit, there's also going to be, we should have some ScanSat stuff coming up. But that also is going to require 1.25 meter fairings and 1.25 meter engines. So, only with the jet engines, we can fly to some different biomes and get the other science we need. So that's the direction I'm leaning. But we're going to have to save that for another day. Right, as I think I'm going to go ahead and call it a night, man. I'm getting pretty sleepy. Cherokee, dude, talk to BlackRock. I mean, now you know why it's behind a, behind a pay, why BlackRock put it behind a paywall. And it's worth every penny. Alright, so for the second time today, thank you everybody for coming out and hanging out. If you have missed anything, you can find it here up on YouTube. Right, so if you have not subscribed to my channel already on YouTube, please do so now. Much appreciated. Right, and watch a video, drop a comment, just, you know, say hi, you know, give me a little salute head, anything that, you know, gets YouTube to, you know, remove head from ass as much as possible with its algorithm. Cherokee, yeah, we had a good time tonight, man. You know, thinking about all... we thought about some shit, didn't we?
Steamboat Willie.
I'm telling you, I'm gonna wake up in the middle of the night and laughing my ass off, and I'm gonna be wide awake again. Yes. All right, so no stream tomorrow. I gotta help a neighbor out, put him together some stuff. He's got to go in for hip replacement surgery here soon. Right, he's having some trouble getting around, so I gotta help him assemble a bunch of stuff tomorrow. And I gotta do a bunch of stuff around the house here as well. Right, so I'll see you guys back on Thursday. And then don't forget, Friday is going to be a 12-hour stream. We're going to do 12 hours of Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. We're going to start a campaign doing that on Fridays. Right, and that is associated with the donations. So every $100 donations towards a new chair. I'm going to do a 12-hour stream starting this Friday. So I got 3 to do already. Right, and we'll be doing a playthrough of Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. I haven't played it. Somebody gifted to the stream, so we're going to give it a go. All right, and if you have not hit the follow button here for me, do so now. I would appreciate it. DJ Rusty, Dragon's Reincarnation, Little Summer Rose, thank you guys for the follows. Invoker Gray, I know some of these are, you know, a little late, far behind. Linux, obviously, you know, with the raid. And if anybody needs any of the social stuff, there it is. There you go. And is there anybody up at this time of night that I know? No, of course not. Why would there be? Why would anybody in their right mind be up at this time? All right, so we're going to call it a night here. Once again, thank you, everybody, for coming and hang out with me. Stay dangerous and have fun, and I'll see you guys on Thursday. Have a good night, everybody, and thank you again.